Hello, hello, hello. It is time to continue trading some rogues. Or however it's supposed to work. So when we left off, we had gotten through the opening tutorial bit, discovered we were chosen as an heir, as one of two possible heirs to the current rogue trader, and then terrible things happened, and the other heir is dead, the rogue trader is dead, a whole bunch of other people are dead. And so that leaves me as the new rogue trader, and I've got to pick up the pieces. So we're going to wait for the first round of ads and wait for a couple people to come in, and then we'll get started. So far, I'm very interested to see how this goes. I'm liking the customization options that you have, and I am enjoying the combat so far. Now we'll see how the rest of the story goes. I believe right now I'm looking for an engine seer and a navigator, because I need those. A bunch of people died and they need to be replaced, and while some of them can be replaced by those lower on the ladder, some of them I actually just need to actually find new people for, apparently, so that's what we're going to be doing. Combat is better when you get the full party. I mean, combat is, in most CRPGs, that's how it goes. Combat just gets better when you have a full party going. I don't know what the party limit, party size limit is in this game, or if it even has one. But I do know that if it does have one of the people that I'm going to be leaving behind is going to be the other psyker, because I don't think I need 2 psychers on the team. I don't know, we'll see how that goes. It's 6? Okay. Okay. Yeah, people are, some people in other servers of mine are just now talking about the honey scam that's been going on. I still haven't watched the video on that. Yeah, I don't know the details, because like I said, I haven't watched the video on it. There apparently is a video on it. But the gist of it is, Honey replaces affiliate links with their own links, so they don't have to pay influencers for anybody using their stuff. Or something along those lines. I believe it's like a specific function where if you use it normally, it's fine, but if you try to use any of Honey's extra functions, it swaps the links and doesn't give credit to whatever affiliate link you originally used. That's a very simplified answer and probably not entirely accurate. Like I said, I haven't looked into it personally, but from the things that I've read, just kind of glossing over it, that's what's been going on. They've been flipping around affiliate links and not paying people for the use of those affiliate links. So kind of scummy all around. It's way more than that. Yeah, I figured. That's the only part of it that I know about. And at some point I'll watch a video on it. Literally excluding coupons that are better because Honey made deals with the vendors or making certain coupons not usable. Okay, yeah, that's even worse. Yikes. It's too good to be true, it is, yeah. Yeah, classic proverb there. I mean, I've never used it, so I don't know. Mostly because it's one of those things where it's like if it's free, if a product is free, you are the product. And I've got enough of that crap running around. I don't need another bit of nonsense with my information and my shopping habits. I get enough of that from Amazon. Also redirects you to pay with PayPal, even if the site does not support it, meaning PayPal then charges the vendor an extra 30%. Okay, did that portion happen before or after PayPal bought Honey? Because I know PayPal bought Honey at some point. Like the affiliate link thing, from what I've heard, was happening long before PayPal bought Honey, but I don't know anything about the whole thing of it saying, hey, let's use PayPal for this or whatever. But anyway, enough about that. We're going into another grim dark future. We're getting out of the grim dark present and going into the grim dark future. And we're gonna go find some crew. Okay, and we leveled up, so let's go ahead and do that. Base characteristics of the character, define character skill scores, wounds, hit chance, yada yada yada. I kind of want to go with intelligence, since intelligence is going to be my damage with my psyker abilities. And then this, common talent. What's Psyker Minoris? Each level of Psy rating provides the Psyker access to new psychic powers, also strengthens damaging psychic powers. So it Oh, so I could... Okay, this is interesting. So they've got multiple prerequisites for this stuff, and you can either meet... You can meet one of two different requirements, either character level... overall character level 9, or character level 4 if you are a sanctioned psyker. I imagine there are other options for that. For the other archetypes, right? Yes, no, maybe so? Get the flamer. The heavy flamer. Okay, so this is literally just you get a buff to your psychic abilities. And they have the different upgrades to that. Let's backdraft. Whenever psychic power use... Other archetypes aren't as different as the difference between a sanctioned and unsanctioned psyker. Okay. Whenever psychic power used by the psyker deals damage, a random enemy within 2 cells suffers half that damage. Damage does not trigger this talent again. That's pretty cool. I think right now, Psyker Minoris is what I want to go for, just to give myself a little boost. And then you... Let's see... Agility gives you initiative, dodge... That's just a pointless message. And then ballistic skill is damage and hit chance with guns. See, that's apparently at 50 right now. This is at 45, so I think we'll go ahead and level that. Cover efficiency is increased. Deals damage to 3 different enemies. Rapid reload. I kind of want to go with the cover efficiency. Yeah, we'll go with cover efficiency. Then you can also get your intelligence buffed. Ah, so as an example here, they're not a sanctioned psyker, so they can't get this. Okay. Yeah, for now. At level 9, they'll be able to get it. Because then they'll have that, or if they become a sanctioned psyker, then they'll be able to get it. Penalty to resistance tests. Extra damage when they fail a resistance test. Anytime an enemy becomes a target of any particular psychic ability for the first time, this enemy suffers a -5 penalty to intelligence and perception. That's pretty neat. I don't like Unnatural Luck, though, because I know that she's got an ability that is giving somebody extra dodge ability, and this would just make that even better. Go with that. And then here, I like the idea of you having thick skin because you're kind of in the thick of everything. And I also like giving you, well, maybe some extra weapon skill since that's lower of the two. And I like to balance things. Okay. Okay, so this is the Vox Master. They control communications. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Sure. Yeah. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. Yeah! Boosted that morale. That will be all.
Lord Captain.
Oh, we've got voice acting again. Sure, let's talk about things that might be useful.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Let's see. Sure, outline everything.
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words, the Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
Well, that's not good.
Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Okay, I know there are two other rogue traders, apparently.
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbalaka Mission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining Ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Okay, what can you tell me about Conrad?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake.
Okay, calm down. You'll get your chance. Eventually.
Taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps. As you wish, Lord Captain.
Okay, so lots of lore dumping here. I like it.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know? I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No. Used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling. The essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council.
One thing I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of these highlighted terms in here that you can easily just mouse over to get a quick blurb and explanation of what exactly it's supposed to be. Because for someone that doesn't know anything about Warhammer 40k, hearing them throw out some of these terms can be a little bit confusing. But being able to, get a little bit of context there makes it so much clearer and easier to understand. I love it.
It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse. You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora.
Ah, so she strong-armed them. Got it.
In the Imperial Navy, contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world, and which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
In other words, you had a habit of speaking your mind in a setting where speaking your mind is, let's say, frowned upon. Got it.
Of course. Lord Captain.
There's the map of the Expanse. Ah, here's Adira. Okay, so I feel like, only if you're low on the totem pole. I mean, I'm going to assume that he was, because of the comment he made at the end of that little speech, for someone of my rank, I'm going to assume that compared to everyone else present, he was low on the totem pole. Or maybe just in general, he was low on the totem pole. So I'm going to go ahead and point out that I feel like this question right here is kind of silly for me to have as an option. I'm sure it's just an option that's there by default, but I would have liked to have seen a different sort of question being asked by virtue of me being a sanctioned psyker.
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you. Hmm? Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
So that sounds kind of ominous and suggests that the game definitely wants me to go to the communications outpost first, which they suggested, as I recall, at the end of last stream, so just kind of reinforcing that.
A red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it?
Okay, if you could be just a tad clearer on some of these. The first one made perfect sense. Sort of, in terms of where it was pointing me, but like the rest of it, I'm assuming the person garbed in red is the Inquisitor. But the rest of it is just... The fuck are you talking about, lady?
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Things are strained between you and Ardenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Huh. Neat.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
Yeah, see, once again, this is, I feel like these questions are something that you would ask from the perspective of somebody that is not a psyker. Except for maybe this one. And someone that is a psyker themselves would have different questions to ask.
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Okay, where are you from?
An outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Neat.
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too.
Well, not anymore.
As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. All so I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the Von Valancius dynasty.
Sounds good.
Of course, Lord Captain. Of course.
Anything else I can find? Apparently not. What's up here? Oh, there's Argenta. Various bridge officers.
Rogue trader.
Said you have a personal
I
request.
have a request, Rogue trader.
Okay, what is it?
The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
Sure.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
Oh, we're going right now. Cool. Thought this was gonna be like a later thing, but nope. We're just doing it now. We're doing it live. Except we've got ads, so I'm gonna wait. Oh yeah, that reminds me. There was one other thing about the honey discourse and scam nonsense that I read about while browsing internet and just kind of skimming the surface of the whole thing. Apparently, Linus Tech Tips was once at one point had honey as a sponsor. They cut ties with them a while back, like years ago, as I understand it. And some people have been a little upset that Linus hasn't said anything about any of this that's come out. For some reason. I think somebody actually did call him out specifically for it on Twitter or some nonsense, where his only response was what the hell was it? It was something along the lines of if I say something too soon, people say I should have waited. If I don't say things soon enough, people wonder what I'm trying to hide. I don't see any reason to comment on the actions of a sponsor I cut ties with 3 years ago or something like that. And then later on mentioned it would be like a WAN show topic at most. Let's see. Motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Oh, we don't have voice acting for this part? Okay. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. It is hardly the skull of progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Cool. Nice to know that they're being taken care of. What are you doing, Missy? What, you want to sniff my keys? Here. And they're just keys. There's nothing exciting about the keys. Let's see. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your lord captain, the rogue trader of House von Valancius. Hail! You notice Infernus Master Enric Montag standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze. Let's see. You serve as a teacher in your spare time. See, I don't like this mostly because I personally don't like formalities, which I feel like just kind of puts me in kind of poor company in Warhammer 40k universe in general, because as I understand it, they are all about formality at all times. Our Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. Address the chaperones, give them treats, and escort them to their homes. I believe a minute of beholding the Lord Captain is a great enough honor for them. Okay, yeah, that's the dickhead response. We're not going to do that. Just, I greet you. Teenagers keep staring at you. A girl who has remained close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. A skinny, pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the road seem sullen and not particularly impressed. Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you, noble lot, and you just give us speeches. See, that's exactly why I didn't want to give a grand speech. They don't care about speeches. Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants to both calm him and scold him for his impudence. You know what? If you have things to say, yeah, I like this one the most. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. Doesn't matter what we say, it won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. Okay, let's see. I understand your grief and dismay. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command, I fought, and I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. No war can be won without losses. You can only strive to do what is within your power. Strong have the power to decide the fate of others. The weak either obey or die. If you seek a different lot in life, boys, save your grumbling and look for an opportunity to rise above the rest. So that feels like a tough love response. That's the tyrant response. And this is kind of the dickhead response. This is the more diplomatic response. It's got to be either one or two, and I'm kind of leaning towards two here. So yeah, I was like, yeah, when they attacked, I was there, I took command, I fought, I did what I could. Losses were unavoidable. I did the best I could with what I had. You heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly, then catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. Okay, well now I want to go and talk to her again.
Greetings.
Tell me about the Sisters of Battle.
Gladly, there are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
Which order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate.
Okay, so I know I just got done praising them for having the special terms highlighted and able to mouse over to see a short description of them. That would have been really great to have over some of these for a little bit of extra context. Now, I know she immediately followed up the introduction of the name with the description of what it is, but like... Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady. Okay, what is that? Orders Pronatus, what is that? Again, granted, she immediately explained what it was, but the mouse over bit would have been kind of nice to have here. Just saying.
And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics, nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
Oh, I got a lore check success. Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless.
I mean, they are sisters of battle, so that makes sense.
Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge.
Ah, so aggressive negotiations. Got it. And again, the names are kind of self-explanatory here, but again, mouse over would be nice for both of these.
And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said you belong to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parsimus Duane, the station's founder.
Followers of the cult of Saint Drusus, a legendary hero of the Angevin Crusade who founded the Calixus sector for the Imperium. Man, okay. Are there any other members here?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
Okay, no more questions there.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
how did you end up on the ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I
That you...
made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was
Got it.
badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
And what happened to the people that
Sadly, they
injured
did not.
you?
Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday. It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did it happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go and kick some ass?
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator.
Aw.
It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
Yeah, like when we actually have a navigator.
As you wish.
That's all for now. Yeah, this is, I need a new navigator, I need a new engine seer, I need to go to Rykad Minoris to get some crew. That's done, and then this one. Okay, and this is just main stuff. So, looks like our next order of business is going to be going to the Navis Nobelites station. Cronus Expanse map. Star systems. The events of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader take place in the vast region of space known as the Coronis Expanse. The sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you will get a chance to visit. You will find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new uncharted systems, discovering more routes as you explore the Expanse. What you see before you is the map of one such system. Each star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to a point of interest, then click on it to initiate the event or open the planet view. Got it. So that's... Oh, unidentified void ship. Pirates? Rykad Minoris is where one of the things are. This, I assume, is where I am. Let's go here. Lord Captain, reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Urak 5 being off-limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Novus Nobilite House requires aid and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Let's see. Scan the station. The officers from the Augur crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. That's not good. Signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned, so the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators' heralds ignoring us? I will negotiate personally. Station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Well, so we can either be a dick, we can be diplomatic and say that we're not going to do it without first acquiring official approval. But I feel like that's going to... There's definitely something wrong going on here. And I feel like waiting for official approval is just going to make whatever's going on there worse. Yeah, we're going in. Do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Let's go. Choose party members. Sure. Here we go. Urak 5. Oh, this does not look good.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Hey. Prayers will not save you, servant of the damned. Execute the infidels. The delay between them getting shot and falling over. We have some strange guests on the station. See, tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet-black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Small indie studio. Let's see, keep talking to me this way, and I will make you swallow your own tongue. Desist, brother, it was the Emperor's will that brought me to this abode. Abelard, if you would be so kind. Yeah, let the Seneschal be the diplomatic one. Yeah, Abelard, you gotta be my hype man here. Before you stands his lordship of the rogue trader Holt von Valentius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that Nobilite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felic Christoph August, keeper of this place. So, you did not arrive to offer support to the traitors? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Uric 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orcelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. What's happening on the station? Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of a Nobilite, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orcelio, the second keeper of Uric 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum, I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or begone, but waste no more of my precious time. I still have questions concerning the situation. Our idle chatter will not save Lady Cassia, but if you need to be sure of something before you can help, so be it. Why did you not respond to the messages from Rykad Minoris? I've already said Uric 5 is sacrosanct. It is the holy domain of the Navis Nobilite, and it is forbidden for commoners from the world below. We had hoped to solve the crisis on our own, but when the situation spiraled out of control, we could not establish contact because the traitors had disabled our equipment. My men have reported that the station is in a deplorable state. Trust me, I should know. Everything happened too quickly. There were dozens of reports of accidents, victims, and failing systems. But the only precious thing aboard this station is Lady Cassia's life. Everything else is futile and can be easily replenished. Tell me about your mistress. I am not allowed to discuss my mistress, whether with her retinue or the outsiders. She will tell you about herself personally if she feels like it. That is, assuming she survives. I am begging you not to waste any more of our precious time, for it is running out. What makes you think she's still alive? You may not believe me, but Lady Cassia is capable of incredible things. Not even the traitor Theobald can easily harness her power. What are we doing? Would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orcelio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny. Even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. So how am I supposed to repower it? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory. which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly perform the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. If it's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? Never said it would be easy. Path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the novice nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. And why should I help you? Came for a reason. House Arcelio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved, but if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the power of our navigators. Okay, makes sense. We got ads, we're gonna wait. And while we wait, I'm going to go ahead and read through the rest of these options here. Those of your house upset the balance of power in this part of the galaxy. I will help you, if not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. Honor to save Lady Navigator from her woes. Rogue Trader's aid will cost, but you should rejoice. I will rescue your mistress, but in return I require sign a contract with my protectorate. Take him by force, and attack. We're gonna go with for the good of the Imperium, I think. Yeah, we're gonna do it for the good of the Imperium. Ads are just about done. Let's see, that's done charging. I think all of my stuff is done charging now. Put away my cable so Missy doesn't look at it and go, hey, that looks like it could be a fun toy. Swipe, 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 chew, bite. Okay. Yeah, the woes of your house upset the balance of power in this part of the galaxy. I will help you, if not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. Should hurry then. We will stay here to hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, Rogue Trader, and may the Emperor's light be with you. Items received. Phylactery of Blood.
The premonition runs true.
Corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. Faces are twisted in pain. Hands are fused with improvised weapons. Okay. Interesting. Goods! We have goods. Multipass. I mean, key. Multi-key is what I meant. Yeah, I can't examine that from here.
White. Bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Okay, so we got a guard there. There are at least 2 more here, because I saw them when I was over on, like, this section.
Always keep your eye on
Attention
the
to detail
prize.
is the key to success.
Ah, we got traps.
Never doubt me.
Go ahead and disarm those, please.
I better myself through my service.
Examine.
I always get the job done.
They took their own lives by oh, so they pulled a Harry Carey. Got it. Goods. More goods. Give me all of the goods. Oh, that's not good. Speeding up animations in combat. In combat, you can significantly increase the animation speed of your enemies and allies. To do so, hold the assigned key space by default. In the options menu, you can enable this option to speed up animations automatically or disable it. Okay, you go right here. You can be here. You can move here. And I will be here. Let's go. I can't quite make it all the way down there. And I kind of want to take... Yeah, too far, I figured. Okay. Move there, shoot that guy.
Stay vigilant. My faith strengthens me. Weapon at the ready. Break them around.
Pain cleanses the body.
I don't suppose I can reach that guy, can I?
I'm not so sure. No can do. That is not my destiny.
Okay, you can give that guy some increased dodge.
Not this Scryer's job. They who discern the future own the battlefield. Be gone.
That wasn't actually the action I wanted to do, but whatever, it still worked out.
I'll see to it personally.
I refuse.
Sniper!
Follow my lead.
Shields me.
Follow my lead.
Oh, they've got a healer. Great.
I'm not interested. A tactically sound approach. It will be done.
Let's just have you brace for everything. And then you can shoot at that guy and probably miss. Yeah, I'm not surprised. And we'll get your sword out.
Stay vigilant.
Weather the storm.
Wow, rude.
Pain won't stop me.
I must not falter.
Again, rude.
Doubt is for the weak. Rejoice in battle.
Oh, that's not the gun I wanted to use. I wanted to use this one and do that.
Faith without deed. Strike is a prayer.
Okay, so I was aiming at these guys up here, and somehow this guy got capped. Okay, that happened, I guess.
Weapon at the ready. Break their morale. Follow my lead. Follow my lead.
I know what is to come.
Goodbye.
I'll see to it personally.
And let's snipe this guy.
It's as good as done.
Damn it, I missed.
Accept your lot.
Didn't miss that one. Was kind of hoping I didn't have to use it, though.
Stay vigilant. My faith strengthens me. Weapon at the ready.
Damn, some of these guys couldn't hit the broadside of a space barn.
My place is at the fore. You a target. I will do my duty.
Onward!
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Well, they actually managed to hit, but they didn't do any damage. See, both of the guys over there are dead now.
What is this foreboding?
I don't suppose I can hit him with that, can I? No, of course not.
That is not my destiny.
And we'll very likely have to move up as... Actually, no, I've still got a sniper rifle. I don't need to move up.
I'll make it happen.
Let's go ahead and snipe the medic here.
On it.
Yeah!
Break their morale.
No more healing for you.
My ears are ringing.
How? They did no damage to you.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I took care of this one. At your beck and call.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Yeah!
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the
Okay, try again. There we go.
is a prayer.
Okay, and now it's this guy's turn. No, no, I need you to actually shoot and hit. No, that's missing. What you're doing is missing.
The Emperor's will.
Okay, so go up there and now shoot again, and this time hit. Nope. You're supposed to hit. Can you hit him from there?
For sure.
No, you can't. Okay, well, just go up there anyway.
In the Empyrean.
I'm ready for whatever comes.
Can the sniper hit? No, apparently the sniper cannot hit.
Who if not me?
Follow my lead. For the glory of the Imperium!
Oh, whoops. I apparently didn't confirm the movement.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
There we go. Just make his mind explode. No big deal. Now let's strip search all the bodies. Let's see, last gun. Scrappy auto pistols. Flak chest plate. Gimme.
Keep your wits about you.
Got a sword, more chest plates, some last pistols, some goods. Pontius Cyphus Galicius on the training of worthy servants at the court of Navis Nobilites. Huh. And more last guns.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
And goods. Data crypt H40KO. Some more goods. Let's see. Intercepted conversation between security officers. Motion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard by the God Emperor while you are a strapping lad. You will probably make it for a cycle or 3.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
What's this? What is this? Lady Navigator statue looks pristine and new. Now let's go back over here to what I was looking at before I was rudely interrupted, because there are goods.
Here, what's that?
Ripper Auto Pistol Plus. Solid projectile weapons have an increased 50% chance of overpenetration. And we got frag grenades. You found a consumable item. Mutated flesh sample. Okay, can't go through that door. Let's instead go through this door.
The whispers told me a secret.
Go ahead and disarm that trap, please. Thank you.
The Emperor favors me today.
Navigator flesh sample. Okay. Oh, I should probably double check these weapons to see if there's anything that is an improvement over what I have. I do like the sniper rifle on my guy, so I'll probably just keep that. You, however, can probably stand to swap out that last pistol for... Oh, never mind. Apparently the last gun is not as good. Well, the last gun has lower damage, but has single shot as an option instead of just pistol burst. Yeah, whatever. I'll keep it as that. See. You can get the Ripper auto pistol. Okay, do I want extra armor or do I want extra logic? This I can't equip because that requires dogmatic. I can equip that. I can equip that. Five toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. I think that ship has sailed. You, however, totally get it. You can wear this, right? You can indeed wear that. And then we're not gonna have you show your helmet. Oh, you need Iconoclast in order to wear that. And I already have the Rogue Trader's cloak. Okay, moving on.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
In his service, will they find strength and fortitude? Only thus will they turn their hearts away from the frailties that lead to heresies.
What do we have here?
Can I disarm the trap? Like, I see the trap. Can I disarm it? It's not giving me an option to disarm it. Do I need a thing in order to disarm it? And that's why it's not popping up?
Just a minor setback.
Screw it. I'll just trigger it. Not a big deal.
I always keep my options open.
Let's see, melt a charge to blow it up, multi-key to open it, or tech use. Let's go with tech use.
Just as I planned.
Yeah. Although it just loops back around to the hallway I was already in.
Is there money to be made?
Ooh, screaming. Can't hear anything, huh? Dude's hearing voices then. Oh, goody. I think I'm beginning to get an idea of how this little insurrection happened. Hey, who are you? The people that are here to kill you.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Well, they won't be needing this stuff anymore. Goods. Goods and bodies to loot. Research notes. Okay.
race to the top, or get left in the dust.
Awaken the Cogitator's spirit. Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The Cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the Cogitator's systems. Quest data. We got ads, we're gonna wait. While these ads are going, I'm going to refill my water. Okay, ads are done. So this is definitely going to turn into some kind of choose one or the other scenario, because here's the list of navigators, and the only ones left alive are Felix and Theobald. Lovely. Wait, the child. Location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds the permissible limit, status, unknown, error, attention, calming procedures advised, attention, upper chambers, inaccessible, error, the control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact a station keeper or the Navis Laboratorum custodian. Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. Tech Priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Okay. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. This is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure if it was even sent in the first place. Rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. Servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. Negotiations with the Winterscales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Classified data expunged. Identity confirmed. Regent Toronto or Celio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Okay. Warning, damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning, living quarters L10, L16, and L28 depressurized. Unable to access the station's docking system. Energy regulation system unknown error. Station will transfer over to emergency power. View encrypted data. Required access level security captain or above. Current access level senior security officer. Yeah. Gonna just easily bypass those. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of most recent commands having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child, delete, picked, flow, disable, access code, annul station, controls, delete, activate, shuttle, self-destruct, purge, command log. Exploring archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems. But Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that... Open on door, all doors on the level. Data corrupted, processing error. Sure.
Keep your wits about you.
Goods. Lots of goods. Longless. A very good sniper rifle, looks like. Carapace chest plate. Okay. Better armor. And some fire grenades. Cool. I got myself some good stuff. Tech use.
That's how it's done. Let us not dawdle.
You have a name. Oh. They have their tongues cut out. Arch enemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station. Okay, that makes sense with all the other stuff that I've seen so far.
Is there money to be made?
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Goods. Noble silk gloves. +5 bonus to persuasion.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Uh-oh. Bad things are happening. The door is open, come in and avenge us. Well, before I do that... Yeah! Better sniper rifle. Oh wait, I also had better armor. Yeah, the Carapace chestplate.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
An expected result.
And can I not go into those side rooms? I guess not. And I still need the control rod.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Yeah, well, nobody asked you about your naval service, did they? I mean, I did, but that was on the ship. We're not on the ship anymore.
Keep your wits about you.
There's something I missed here? Apparently not. Yeah, there's those guys that are all kind of wigged out. But I think I did everything that I could do in here. Yeah, I did everything I could do in here.
I always have a backup plan.
I didn't go into this section, I guess. Let's see if there's something else over here. No, I did go into this section.
Is there money to be made?
Maybe there is something else in the cogitator that I didn't see. Okay. That's what it was. I opened other doors, but I didn't open up the door.
Let us not dawdle. Success is the only outcome I accept.
Goods. We must loot everything. Hey, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate it. Caustic stenches and goods. Psi crystal. Fancy. Flesh sample, of course. Because why would we not have flesh samples everywhere? What's this? Oh, I already read that.
Whispers crave entertainment.
I will lead us to fortune.
No, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Here we go. Goods. Lady Cassia's Medicae. Okay. And of course, goods. They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. Kind of feel like I should probably kill you anyway. Let's see. Ah, okay. $41, 40, and 4. I don't have the reagents. Adamantine, meteorite chunk, psi crystal. Oh, so I didn't need to deal with any of that in order to make... I thought I had to deal with that in order to make the control rod. Well, now I'm kind of wondering what exactly this does. We don't have reagents, but for the transducer, I'll throw in that, I guess.
This is intriguing.
Meteorite dust. Oh, so it's a way of creating just dust. And I'm guessing this doesn't work until I get a reagent in there. And over here is the thing about of reagents, but I didn't see anything else.
Keep your eyes
Just in case, I'm going to take back all the stuff that I put in there. Oh, I need the dust in order to... Oh, the dust is the reagent. Okay, okay, wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay, okay. We've got reagents now. So we're going to do flesh sample. And we're going to do that. And that. And... I don't know, crystal? Activate the device. I have no idea what this is doing. Other than exploding that. Huh.
I always keep my options open.
You know, I feel like if I had read some of the stuff that I'd been picking up, it probably would have made more sense, and I would have known exactly what to do.
Nothing matters more.
But I can't be bothered with that. Okay, turn on the elevator. Oh, I don't have the control rod. Wait, I thought I remade the control rod.
An expected result.
I mean, I clicked on the thing that said remake the control rod.
Or get left in the dust.
Hmm.
Keep your wits about you.
I don't know, maybe I gotta talk to the guy. Did I not, like, pick up the control rod? No, I've got the control rod. Do I have to go talk to the computer again?
I always have a backup plan.
The elevator has been activated. Okay. So the elevator is activated.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Did I mention that my whispers tell me jokes? Jokes that, once said aloud, make your eyes bleed and blood curdle. Talk about black comedy.
Oh. Crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy they fall at the slightest touch, one hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Tell me more. What paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. I mean, that kind of... That has seemed par for the course, from what I understand about Warhammer. Everyone is bad, everything sucks. Who is who? Who do you see behind the masks? My whisperers are giggling nastily. They will not speak, the naughty little things. They say that tearing off the masks is your concern. Of course it is. Thank you, everything is cleared now. Station has enough problems without your sorcery, Psyker. Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station? The child is what the station's servants call Lady Cassia, for the commoners' dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all... Hey, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Let's see. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. Servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. You really think mere servants could plan a coup? Senior officers are just as guilty. Half my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress. Madmen I fought were convinced that we were the traitors. That's why they are insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dared raise their hand against the scions of a noble bloodline? Destroying the shuttles, shutting off power, disabling the security systems, too many things required special access. As I'm sure you're aware, there were two keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct, Theobald Orselio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Uruk V and our noble line. So this is me calling him out for being the traitor. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. Yeah, I saw the security captain's report. Only the keepers have access to the station systems, but Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol. Which means he did it before the report was filed, or maybe after, or... You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who is going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left? By the God Emperor, you will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself. I would not trust you as far as I could throw you. Prepare to die.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Okay. So this is gonna be interesting. Got a couple of mooks, and of course, Bellic himself. Abelard, I actually would like you to be here. Oh. Actually, no, Abelard, you are fine where you are. Maybe a little bit closer. You need to back off here, and then you, I kind of want you... I kind of want you here. So she can buff him with her dodge thing. And he can deal with him directly. The rest of us will pick off his mooks. Good a plan as any.
Follow my lead.
Owie. Got ads, we're gonna wait. Even though I'm pretty sure most of the people watching are subscribed and aren't getting ads at this point. It's gonna be really funny when it turns out that this guy is actually the good guy in the story. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I want to move Argenta back here so that I can shoot these guys and still have cover from this one and all of these guys. Okay, ads are done. Let's continue. I'm gonna move you here, and you're gonna shoot that one.
Without deeds is worthless.
And you're going to miss horribly, because of course you are. You know what? I'm gonna do that so you can shoot again. Okay, there you go.
I'll do it.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to go right up in his face and smack him with your sword.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Yeah.
It will be done. Indeed.
Follow my lead.
I dodged a shotgun and moved out into the open? What? I'm gonna set you on fire.
Personally.
Ha!
What, of course.
I need you to do that. And then go ahead and scream at him. Yeah. Scream so loud that his head explodes.
I must not falter.
Did you just... How exactly does someone miss point blank with a shotgun? Just... How does that happen?
As the Emperor comes, is why I was chosen.
Target well struck. It will be done. Brace yourself, Adeline.
It was inevitable.
Wow, your own guys are shooting you, dude.
You should feel honored to witness this. This as good as done.
And boop. Yeah. And then Adira, you get back up behind the thing there. Can you hit him? You can.
What is to come?
I've suffered worse.
There's also not the button I meant to press. I meant to press Psychic Shriek.
I'll do it.
And chop chop.
Reduced to dust.
Moving out.
On it.
I think I want to set you on fire.
I'll make it happen.
Yeah. And then you can come around here, actually.
Cover me.
And you're going to scream at this guy so that his head explodes.
Anything else?
Yeah.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Yeah, warp burn. Okay, let's loot.
Dawdle.
Okay, got the Keeper's Control Rod, got a Deadshot Stub Revolver, couple of shotguns, Staff of House Orcelio. +5 to willpower and perception. Armored body gloves, some flak chest plates, tactical goggles. I feel like I want to give those to our Sister of Battle so that she can actually hit stuff. Shotgun and flak chest plate. Anybody else that got missed? Yes, this person back here. Yeah, last gun.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
And now we get to go up the elevator. Now let's see what tragedy awaits us upstairs. What fresh hell is this? Pale figure with unnaturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet-misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Oh, look at that! A painting! Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming soul-smothering power. Willpower test succeeded, yeah! You are enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead, your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from the station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Yeah! Ow, 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 as if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness, then she lowers her head. Her white hair veils her face. Let's see, Abelard, is this? Question mark. What vile creature is this? Argenta, rid the world of this heresy. Requires iconoclast follower. Overcome the crushing despair. I know why I am here, and so I will stand strong against any illusion. Persuasion. Lady Cassie, I'm here to help you. Please calm yourself. If you do not stop your sorcery immediately, I will shoot you in the head. Stop your sorcery now. I've had enough of this. This one I can do because of Iconoclast. So I'm going to go with that one. You direct all your attention inward to your heart, currently shackled by another's suffering. Under the gaze of your burning inner eye, the despair and pain begin to dwindle. The darkness in your soul dissipates, the lump in your throat shrinks, and you discover that you are standing in front of a bizarre creature, a young woman whose tears you seem to have dried along with your own. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound, similar to both a sob and howl. What is happening? Is someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? Holt von Valencius. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Pardon my manners, Holt. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Oh, Theobald is here. Heavy-set old man who's been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from him. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child, throne preserve. I assume that's the Emperor? Yeah, Golden Throne of Terra, that's the God Emperor's throne. You... The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly, sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Yeah, there's not much left of House Orselio to bring down on my head. I kind of killed most of what was left. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. That would be a bad thing, yeah. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Let's see. At present, I'm trying to figure out what's happening. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix's service, so who are you? Holt von Valencius, rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Our kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orcelio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. I mean, that sounds like a good idea. Do not hurry to answer, think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone. She is the heir of House Orcelio. Tisiphone, that name sounds familiar. And they call me dangerous with my witchcraft. I want to know what happened between you and Felix. Bellic is my wayward student. He came to Uruk 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our novators. What is that? Patriarch or matriarch that rules over Navigator House. Oh, okay. Tisiphone Orcelio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. Bellic accused you of treachery. Why should I trust your words? Bending myself before strangers, I never thought I would fall so low. If the child's life were not at stake, very well, I have no choice or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of Novice Nobilite, if the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you. I guarded the station against calamity and incursions from without to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. How could you lose control of your own station? Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice, trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or a far-fetched idea of a bright future. Alright, what service do you ask? Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. Ah. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aronto, acting head of House Orcelio in the Coronos Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your efforts. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her soldiers, or upon her shoulders. I believe I've made my decision. Cassia will come with me.
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Kinda.
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Coronos Expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
No! Not you too! You're coming with me. Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Urak 5, and alas, I have less than a day left in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald. What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Don't we all?
What are you going to do to me?
You wish to leave the station alive, you must first sign a contract you will undertake to serve as my navigator. I offer you protection, grant you shelter aboard my vessel. Let us aid one another, become my navigator, and I shall restore you to House Roselio at the earliest opportunity. I don't want to select 1 or 3 because that sounds a little bit too much like forcing her into service, so I'm just gonna go with option 2 here.
Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it is difficult
And either way, we get a
to
navigator.
find a worthy company than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the Great Regent and fulfill your destiny.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Urak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Okay. Oh, a lovely painting. Let's see, are there any goods? There are goods.
Is there money to be made?
Private library. Oh, and everybody leveled up.
No waste time with pleasantries.
Let's do that. Let's see. So recommended ones are Weak Body, Weak Soul, Tide of Excellence, and Fresh Target. What are some of the other ones here? I can't get Psyker Majoris. Characteristic training. Swift movements grants +2 movement. I don't want to go with Backdraft. Yeah, let's go with Backdraft. And then we'll up Intelligence again. You will get... Where's next melee attack gains +20 armor pen and +8 damage and ignores 12% of target's parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. And this one is marks a target gaining +20 armor and +6 damage on melee attacks against that target. If the target attacks the warrior during this round, warrior gains 1 AP. That sounds pretty good. Let's go with Athletics. You... Six cells or farther. They take an extra 3 damage. Nah. I think with this... Let's go with Fresh Target. See how that goes. And you need more intelligence. And you can get some more ballistic skill, because you clearly need it. This could be useful. In fact, I'm grabbing it. Now you, what are you? You're an officer of Navigator origin. You can get some fellowship, and let's see. Guarded by Navigator's abilities gain +5 to all resistance tests against warp effects caused by demons, psychic powers, Navigator powers, etc. until the end of combat. Pretty good. Whenever an ally in combat gains an extra turn, Navigator gains stacking +5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat. That's only when they get an extra turn. Every enemy in Navigator, the Navigator has in their line of sight, its dodge and hit chance reduced by 5. I like that. I like that a lot. Commanding voice. Because that just increases range of officer abilities, which is always good. And let's get you an extra willpower. Okay.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
So I have a navigator now. And we have ads that I'm going to wait for. Assuming the game just doesn't immediately go into a cutscene. Okay, we'll wait here then, since the game doesn't want to wait at the load screen. But yay, we got a navigator now! We can actually go places! I mean, sure, we could go places before, but we can go to other places now. We're making progress. We've solved one of the problems that we had. For the moment, at least. Presumably, she's going to want to rejoin her house at some point. We're supposed to be taking her back to her house. So maybe she'll choose to stay with us at some point during then. I don't know, we'll see. We'll find out. Ads are just about done. Okay. Here we go. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Novice has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Uh-oh. Your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Victus is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Decided not to make use of the charm that could inhibit Cassia or Celio's power. Oh, there was a charm? Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course, when you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What do you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Urak 5 long before we ever met. It really is you, the person the whole expanse in Calixis sector are talking about, and now a rogue trader as well. Oh yeah. I chose the fame and glory thing. After a few seconds hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position. And for that I am immeasurably grateful. Yeah, I convinced her to depart of her own free will. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. You've served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. Yay! But now, I am ready to go to the Sanctum Novice and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Presumably because red kind of triggers her more violent tendencies and would cause her powers to go out of control and would lead to what happened on the station happening on the ship. will give a... Oh. Because okay. So, not what I thought, but... She doesn't want red because she doesn't need red, basically. She's got plenty of red in this guy. Tell me more about the ritual. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship so that I become one with the vessel. After that, I use the House Orcelio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts, and then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself, among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss. Only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orcelio never lose their course. Cool. I shall ensure that all necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. Few can survive from the gaze of my warp eye when it is open. Makes sense to me. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and metallic clinking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence. Initiating communion ritual. I see violet vortexes lashing in an ocean with a million flails and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance, a storm rising above the foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. Here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. She wanted to be undisturbed. I'm going to leave her undisturbed. I'm going to let her do her thing. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rycat system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the Navis Novalite bought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and procuring technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. I will not stoop to pillaging, abandon the station we are leaving, gather any components that may be of use on the ship, loot everything from... You will gain profit factor. What is profit factor? Profit factor is a representation of the relative value of the rogue trader's warrant of trade and what opportunities and resources it can call upon. Measure of a rogue trader's wealth and power, aggregated value of their income, loans, treasury reserves, and exalted status. Profit factor acts as a replacement for conventional currency and is used for all of the rogue trader's purchases, from grenades to planetary improvements. Buying items does not reduce your profit factor, rather its value serves as a threshold that determines your access to certain purchases and opportunities. Okay, so it's currency that I can spend at will that doesn't decrease. It's more like... Okay. So it's less like currency and more like membership points, where I have this many membership points, therefore all of these things I can buy, but these things I can't until I get more membership points. Loot everything. Money is kind of meaningless to the rogue trader. Yeah. Since they have quadrillions, yeah, that makes sense. As you command, Lord Captain. Profit factor gained, 2. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engine Seer Prime. Yes, I know! I'm getting to it! Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich von Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. We know for certain he was not at Uruk 5, so we should keep this in mind when making any future plans. Why is it always business with you? Couldn't you just sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Certainly, Lord Captain, if you are interested, this week passed with a record low rate of minor disturbances on the lower deck. See, that's good news. I would like to hear about that. I want to hear that things on the ship are going well. I mean, yes, I know not everything is going well. Yes, I know we need to replace a whole bunch of things, a whole bunch of personnel. Yes, I know our ship needs a little bit more repairs, but, you know, there are good things happening too. It's not all doom and gloom. Senior Technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for a lubricant used in kitchen servitor implant maintenance. The quartermaster of Store Compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10, even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack on the vessel. See, this is all good news. Don't just limit your reports to me of how shitty everything is. Like, tell me some of this stuff. Okay, so we've got Rykad Minoris, an unidentified void ship, a unidentified planet, and Rykad Majoris. Let's see, this one is... Okay, and this one... Oh, this is Rykariphilia, prison planetoid. Okay, so that's the prison planet. Got it. Well, we're going to go to Rykad Minoris because that's where everything else is. New Blood, Machine Spirit Keeper, and just landing there in general. There's some commotion on the officer's deck. Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. Okay. Let's see what's going on.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
See, you're fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
See, your own attendant is your valet from Urak 5. Do my service not measure up to your stand? Okay, yeah, that's not... No, we're not going with the asshole response. We're not taking the asshole response. Let's ask if she's well.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders. But it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance. Okay.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis Nobilite.
Oh, Nobilite is how you're supposed to pronounce that.
Shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
Yeah, I guess I have to pick the asshole responses.
No, it is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Good to hear. You create your own character in this game? Yes, you can. From what I could see in the character creator, you're given 3 pre-made options that you can choose if you like, or you can create a character of your own and build it however you like, which is what I chose to do. I'm playing a character that I put together. He is a Psyker, sanctioned Psyker pyromancer. So I get to set people on fire with my mind. Burn them all! And yeah, when you create your own character, you get to select your own backgrounds, archetypes, all of that. Really think about buying this game instead of Baldur's Gate. Do you like it so far? I do. I'm enjoying it. I think it's very interesting. I'm not as familiar. Yeah, Osimo is kind of biased against Baldur's Gate 3. Well, it'd be more precise to say he's biased against Larian more so than he's biased against Baldur's Gate 3. But anyway. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. The system is a little weird, but I feel like that's more just my perception from the simple fact that I'm not familiar with the system that it's based off of, because with Baldur's Gate 3, that's, you know, it's D&D. It's a system that I'm very familiar with. It's something that I've played a lot of. It's something that I can just kind of pick up and dig into without looking around too much. This one I've had to kind of read through a bunch of things a little bit more carefully to try and figure out what I need to be doing. Because it's apparently a D100 system rather than a D20 system. And from what I read of the way skill checks work, it has a lot of similarities to Thaco. So, not familiar with Warhammer 40k universe. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, before playing this game, the only things I knew about the 40k universe were the things I learned listening to my friends and the things I knew from memes. That's it. I know basically nothing about 40k. I'm just kind of diving in headfirst with this game because I happened to see it on sale with the winter sale that was going on, and it was made by Owlcat, who did the Pathfinder games as well, which were a lot of fun. So I figured, screw it, I'll go ahead and go for it. Yeah, that's something that I was praising early on, although I still feel like there are a couple of areas where they could have done a little bit more with that. But basically, anytime there's something, a character says something that is specific about something in the world, like anytime they mention rogue traders or navigators or the Sisters of Battle and such, you can actually, it'll be highlighted and it'll like see where it says perceptions, like here, you can just hover over it just like that and it'll give you a, it'll give you a full description of what it is. And for like little terms like that, it'll give you a short description of what it is. And then if you want to go even more in depth, if you notice here, it's got words that are highlighted on the little pop-up description. You can right click to bring this up, and then you can hover over those, and then you can keep doing it. And it just gives you all of the information everywhere. And it's not just stuff in universe, it's also stuff about the game systems and what different stats do and how they work. They did a fantastic job on this. There are a couple of terms that I've seen so far that they could have added a little one of a window like this to. It hasn't really been that much of an issue. It's literally only happened like once or twice. But overall, fantastic job. It's been very useful. I've been hovering over stuff like this every time it pops up just to kind of get my bearings a little bit and learn what they mean when they say certain words and what things are. Anyway, let's see. Perception test succeeded. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. That makes sense.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying? You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
Well, that's probably because I am possessed of a shred of fellow feeling for one such as you. Like, you're my crew.
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Wait. This line feels like you're trying to start a there's romance in this game? Are there romances in this game? Can I romance the navigator? Are there a lot of alternate endings based on your decisions? I don't know. This is my first time playing through the game, and I'm assuming that there are multiple endings based on decisions. There are certainly, that's actually another thing that I really like about this. The whole system where with the mouse over, it also does that for your decisions if they impact something. Because yes, the decisions that I've made have had an impact on the game world. Like I saved her servants, for as an example, and convinced her to join me willingly. And moments like that, when they come up in conversation, they'll also be highlighted in a different color, and you can hover over it and it'll tell you this is a consequence. And it'll tell you what you did for that consequence to take place. So let's see what these dialogue options are. I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it's just as natural to share them with others. Quite right, so I would ask that you mind what you say from now. Okay, this is the asshole response. We're not taking the asshole response. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. That's an asshole response. Believe this. Okay, that's also an asshole response. So these are the two good responses here. And I'm not sure which one I want to pick, honestly. This calls for the spinny dice. For those that don't know what the spinny dice is, it's this. Not sure how well the camera's going to be picking that up, but you'll notice that on this side here, we've got different die sizes, and there's a wheel that will spin with different numbers on them. All die sizes used in D&D are on this. And so I shall use this to determine which one I'm going to pick. And the die says we're going with number 1. Do I have a pet? Yes, I actually do. I have a cat named Missy, who is currently curled up in her chair. Seriously, she has her own chair. I don't sit in it. Nobody sits in it. There was one time that I had a guest that sat in that chair. She glared at her the entire time. Goose as a pet? That would just be strange. But I can probably grab Missy real quick and show her off. Come here, Missy. Come here. Come here, Missy cat. Come here. I gotcha. I got the Missy cat. There's Missy. Here she is. She doesn't like being held. She'll tolerate it for a little bit. But she doesn't like it. Kuman, what do you want? I want to show her off. That's what I want. Want to show her off to her legions of adoring fans. Quick question, I'm almost sure I'm going to buy this during the winter sale. Should I just buy this and all the DLCs? That I can't answer. I know the DLC was very recently released. I haven't played in it. I'm planning to decide whether I want the DLCs after I finish this playthrough. So by the time that happens, it's probably not going to be on sale anymore. My advice would be to stick to the base game, play it long enough to decide whether or not you would want the DLC, and go from there.
Sword Captain? So many colorful sparks are flaring to life and dimming all around you. It is a veritable ocean of emotions. There are so many of them that I can barely see the pure white sincerity of your words.
You got ads? We're gonna wait. White Shadow is the one with the extra story and companion. She's cool and will definitely not murder you in your sleep. So what you're saying is that she's definitely going to try and murder you in your sleep. Deluxe pack is cool cosmetic add-ons. Yeah, the cosmetics I would probably stay away from, because I'm not really a fan of cosmetics in general. Not gonna lie, I'm having enough fun with this game right now that it's gonna be kind of sad going back to FF14 tomorrow, and I do have to go back to FF14 tomorrow. Because tomorrow is when the Chaotic 24-man releases, and I want to play that. Okay, ads are done. We can continue now. So yeah, she's very flattered by my comment.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
Because they were special to you and you miss them.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
Let's see. Would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me. Wow, we're just going... We're just... going from 0 to 60, aren't we? Would rather we find amusement elsewhere. What the hell, dude? What I find childish is your manner of addressing me as if I were your friend and your mistaken belief. Okay, that's the asshole response. I understand what you're going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago. Okay, that's a more measured response. I'm not in the habit of finding amusement at the expense of my people. Just remember to keep your emotions in check. I'm afraid I must return to my duties. Okay. You're all in that. Yeah, apparently, with these two. Damn. You know what? This calls for the spinny dice again. Think you're just gonna turn this NFL game off? That bad, huh? Okay, apparently we are gonna be picking one of those two, one of these two options. 24. Goddamn. Who's playing? Cheeseheads are annihilate. Oh, wow. Saints Pack. Oh, well, that. Never mind. Saints Packers. There's your explanation. Set the spinny dice over to the side. I'll probably need to. There's always a chance. How far into the game are they? Almost done with the third. So yeah, I guess there would be a chance if like half the Packers defense just suddenly breaks their ankles or something. Meant more for the whole game before it started. Oh. We're gonna go with the more romantic one instead of like trying to get a booty call going.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
I thought I was quite appropriate. Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference, Cassia covers her burning face and swiftly exits the room. To the bridge! And we shall continue on our journey. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you, and yet you are. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Rosarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Okay. What's this about now? Whoever said it was lonely at the top? This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, you may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrilla Vent, requesting permission to speak on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. Assign the lieutenant an appropriate punishment. No, I do want to hear. You know, I want to be approachable, but there does need to be some form of decorum. I'm usually okay with foregoing that, but there's a limit. So I feel like number 2 is the best option here. Yeah, I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Stop bickering. Thought that drastic times call for drastic measures. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary, but I am convinced that this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Okay. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Wersarian and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or massacre on our hands. Kent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she has finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me? This is kind of the thing I want to know about. I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I have already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. Okay, how did it start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Okay, where does the Seneschal fit into this? I shall explain. Please do. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course, when I received information about cultists hiding in the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valencius will find refuge on her ship. Okay, so you might be a little bit, just a bit blinded, just a bit, by the idea that you're going after the murderer, when very likely none of those people actually murdered them, or murdered Theodora. You are far too heavy-handed, Seneschal. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors, it has driven the people to the brink. Now there is a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection, but when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. What is Depot 4? One of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now more besides giving succor to cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights, and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We should have done so again, or we would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? See no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. Master-at-Arms, the ship's enforcers report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realize that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. That being said, while I entirely share Master Wersarian's some of these names are a little bit of a tongue twister, opinion on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Okay, so you agree that his approach is warranted, but you agree with her that his approach is what's causing the problem. So you have decided to follow the lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. Would you say the Seneschal has singled you out from your peers in any way? He has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions, although he is the man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him, and while not all my fellows receive such attention, I know of at least a dozen fine officers whom the Seneschal keeps in his sights to ensure that they continue to strive. Prepare new generations of the dynasty's servants to instruct them and to separate those with potential from those who have exhausted it. That is my duty as Seneschal. This ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards whom I have raised personally. By the throne, every third person standing on this bridge right now was my student at one point. Hey. Sarabak, explain yourself. Ship's regulations state that the Master-at-Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to the ship's enforcers, and yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. Cannot deny the Seneschal's experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages disregard for hierarchy among your lordship's servants. Today, an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master-at-Arms that they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow, they will go to the Lord Captain to object to the Seneschal's order. I notice a pattern in these actions. Abelard? Can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior, or one where I would overrule their order, or show favoritism? No, for there have been no such cases in the entire time I've served aboard this ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct in this regard has always... I feel like there's a little typo here. Your conduct in this regard have always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officer's deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fills those you set apart with ambition and audacity and makes them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die, their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order. They're lowborns. I mean, I would agree with that statement if the rest of their speech fit that pattern. I see. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose. I will deal with this personally. Praise the Emperor. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. That's fine. I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot for myself and see to the expedient resolution of this incident. So there's probably going to be combat. Or at least there could be combat. Nobles from the upper decks down here to see us. Yeah, here to see what's going on. Heard there was a problem.
I always keep my options open.
Well, that's not very nice. Lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. You're shouting your name. The organization of the daily routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders, the mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavor to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks has been a cause for concern, and I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them, you are akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne, no less. Whereas I am the man whose name is attached to every order docking rations or lowering a bay's eating. Yes, we get your objection. You think it was a mistake to come here. I must admit that the lieutenant is by no means the worst material for an officer, but in the name of Terra, the girl... Nope, no sneeze. Almost sneeze, but no sneeze. But in the name of Terra, the girl is the same age as my eldest great-granddaughter, and she has the gall to tell me how to manage the lower decks and hunt down cultists. It will be another 20 years at least before she can be trusted to act without oversight. Well, let's keep moving. What's this? Nest made out of thermal insulation.
Keep your wits about you.
Greetings, your graces. Goods. Yeah, goods. Bunch of valves that can be turned. I assume I'll be doing that to get rid of some of the...
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Yeah, well...
Relax, old man. Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
Yeah, see? Relax, enjoy yourself.
Let us not dawdle.
Okay, let's see what we got. Sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avrilla Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already. It's now reached a boiling point. Ah. Cannot comply with that order, man. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Your Lordship. What's the situation? My people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as my resources allow. I came here to leave an investigative unit, and what do I see? The rabble is on the verge of mutiny. There is nothing to investigate. This simply calls for immediate repressions and firing squads. And you, Vent, are a step away from facing charges yourself. I want to speak to the strikers. Abelard disapproves.
I always have a backup plan.
Dozen pair of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. Three people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you have come down to us. What is troubling you? Striking. That's news to us, your lordship. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. I mean, when you're in what I assume is a very rigid dictatorship, asking questions and saying what you think would be a sign of revolt. Just saying. Old Nan. Shut up, Rivet. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to hold bays for a week at a time so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. You're in the Imperium of Man, the most fascist empire in the media, probably. Yeah, like I said, when you're in a fascist dictatorship, you know, asking questions gets you killed. Magenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feeling toward us. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers. Your servants. We've plotted no disorder, we went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. We got ads, we're gonna wait. See, I was told, I'm gonna go through all of the options, because, again, I was told there was heresy going on down here. And I don't know much about the Warhammer universe, but I do know heresy is bad. Hello, Missy. I'll give you some scritches while I wait for the ads to finish. Okay, ads are done. We can continue. So, persecution started apropos of nothing, you say. I was told one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet and that there are heretics hiding here. Cultist amulet? What's that? Gugal they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not, and if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies, the boots they came back with. Nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots really were fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Leave us, your lordship. We are people of faith. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I'd had my third little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos Worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Was it really necessary to torture these people with cold? The rabble only understands one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. Not entirely incorrect, just saying. As per regulations, should the laborers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is limiting air supply and cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. The peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end, they are the source of their own misery. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line, and the need for punitive measures will disappear. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? People have been punished to their limit, and now they're lashing out, as if we didn't know why these top deck units are being sent down here, like that one there that the lieutenant won't let past. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who've had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and glances traded between them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. Gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks, too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultist bodies, we'll talk to them, one lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. Tall worker's eyes dart between two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Okay. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step toward embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we will consider the rest. Profit factor -1. Okay, so we're not taking that option. Thoughts, Abelard? Story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want. Even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity, that does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far graver problem. I've seen it before. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife, which had grown through all the rows of beds like a metal choking vine. So when it comes to scavengers, malcontents, strikers, or whatever they'll turn into next, my verdict is simple. Give them no quarter. Master at Arms. Give the rabble a Grox and they'll take an aggro world, Lord Captain. They only understand brute force and will interpret any concession as a sign of weakness. Giving them weapons and recalling this in the enforcers would be folly. It would only be a matter of time before we had a full-scale mutiny. I do agree with the risk of full-scale mutiny. We're not going to give them weapons because we're not going to put weapons in the hands of untrained workers. So I'm going to go with this coercion here because this seems pretty good. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we will consider the rest. Old man, listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions, and I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the road trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up, I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. Then it's decided persecution will stop. I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Fuel and provisions. Okay. Of course, your lordship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. So I'm assuming I just skipped a possible combat, which I'll take as a win.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? He is not happy with me. Kowtow to the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valencia's Protectorate? And let's talk about your role in all this. Like, if you hadn't been so heavy-handed and so desperate to root out cultists, we wouldn't have this problem in the first place. Remember Lord Captain Theodora, do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. Let's see. I feel like this one is a little too far. And this one is a little bit more accurate. Yeah. You're right, at least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain. I believe I ought to explain myself. Yeah, I already know what your problem is. Your problem is that you are so desperate to punish the people that killed the previous rogue trader that you're just seeing them everywhere and are just a little too eager. A little too eager. Prosperity of the Von Valencia's Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds, they create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I came from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I'm not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. Once again, I feel like this one's a little bit too harsh because it's kind of insulting Theodora. Prosperity of the Von Valencia's Protectorate is just as important to me. You are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things are run on the ship. I think in the future I will follow your recommendations, value what she created, and I trust that this situation is an aberration in the ship's otherwise smooth operation. Since the established procedures are working, I see no reason to change them. I have seen plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing in recent days, but very little competence. I have no plans to rely on your judgment. Oh, that's, yeah. Yeah, this seems reasonable. I see no reason to change them. I'm glad you see the value in the foundations laid down by your illustrious predecessor. Why fix what isn't broken? As for me, I shall endeavor not to cause you any further consternation. Now please let's leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. To the bridge! See, that goes to the Lord Captain's quarters. Oh, Cassie's over here.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Oh, let's talk about us is already an option. Why not?
Right here? Are you sure?
We end our... Oh, no, we're not doing that.
Of course. Let us turn from personal matters to more pressing concerns.
Apparently that's just to skip straight to the part where we broke up. I didn't realize that I had actually started the romance and was officially in a relationship. Apparently I have.
I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
Yeah, that's the... And Holy Terra, I assume. Yeah, Throne World of Imperium of Man and Original Homeworld of Humanity and the God Emperor. Listen in silence.
And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly? You have my permission, Lord Captain.
Never lived anywhere else.
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
Tell me about life on the station.
Was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well. The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too
That's unfortunate.
my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence.
A little extreme, but
And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
yeah, you may find it difficult to believe, but the practice of depriving servants of their voice is not particularly widespread.
Please forgive me, Lord Captain. I was sure it was a sacred tradition made sacrosanct by the ancient vows of obedience. I expect more surprises will be waiting for me outside the walls of Urak 5.
Yeah, it's not something that you need to be forgiven for. Like, you didn't know. It's not your fault for not knowing.
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil.
Makes sense.
Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
We're gonna say she's beautiful.
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety.
What does it feel like to guide a vessel?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
You know, she is starting to remind me a little bit with the painting and all. She's starting to remind me a little bit of the painter child in Dark Souls 3. From the Ashes of Ariandel DLC. She actually is like working on creating a painted world of her own. She kind of reminds me of her.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world. You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain. I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Okay, with that, let's finally continue onward. And hopefully this time not get interrupted by another problem on the ship. Oh? As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here, in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died on the ship's bridge and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, a shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Conrad Voigtver's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Stop, I did not wish for any of you to die. The dead remain deaf to your words, creeping ever closer with the inevitability of death itself. You belatedly realize that your trembling hand has found the shard when its razor-sharp edge cuts into your palm. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon. A skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven, the path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. Throw the demon blade away. Never. Body refuses to obey your mind. The handle feels as if it has become one with your hands, and the gaze of the demonic eye sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. You awaken from the vision kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat, and with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what just transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand for your Vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. Items lost. Blade shard. Good. Kind of remembrance. Oh, this is the... I assume this is the people that backed the game. Yeah, this definitely sounds like people... It looks like people that backed the game. You're on here somewhere? Well, let's flip through and see. So is Saito? Nothing found. Yeah. What if I just put in... Yep, there you are. Right there. That's cool. I like it when they put in stuff like that. Okay, to the bridge. Begin scan. Where am I landing? Extractium, a mobile mining outpost assembled in accordance with Blessed Standard template construct. Neat. Oh, of course everything's on fire. Why wouldn't it be? Starport greets you with the din of ordnance and the smell of explosives. It tickles your nostrils. It is difficult to tell through the smoke who is firing at whom. Halt! Weapons on the ground or I'm firing. Yeah. Just try it. See how well that works out for you. Sergeant Malgar. Alright, so our skies are in lockdown. The rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you lot just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it, and on a shuttle like that? Where'd you get it? Stolen from the palace, isn't it? Grab 'em, lads. We've got ourselves a rebel landing force. By the Holy Throne, what is this mess? They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them. You must be mistaken. I am the rogue trader of House von Valencius. Nah. My mistake, your lordship. Didn't recognize you, sir. Please pardon my blunder. Suddenly explosion. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching remains of forearms now. Wow. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Last Malgar reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve? What's going on? Unrest, sir. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower levels sparked, then it went up the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, the mag train stations. Then Felix tore off his mask precisely because he knew about the trouble on Rykad Minoris. He knew that none of our allies would come to our aid. Ah. You may continue your report, peasant. A unit was here when it all went to Grox's. The tech priest linked to satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Rykad Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures in order to increase security at key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you'd better double the warden details. The alarm was raised and we were sent to secure the starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. Ah, see, this is the decision consequences thing that I was talking about earlier. Whenever you make a decision that actually does have an impact on the game or things that happen, it'll be in blue like this, and then you can hover over it and you can see exactly why exactly what decision led to these events. So because I went to the station first to get my navigator, I was late getting to Rykad Minoris, so they're in a worse state than they would have been had I gone there first. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo. Every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is on the streets, but they'll drive us out of here any minute. Who caused the rebellion? Ill thoughts. We've fallen on hard times. The ground keeps shaking. Things keep exploding. People are scared. They've forgotten all about their duty, and that's when those Emperor Forgive Me preachers came. They started riling everyone up. Sure enough, we shot a few, but they just kept coming. More and more of them. Doing fine work. I live to serve. You happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come through? Don't know, sir. There definitely haven't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at the headquarters. I'm gonna go see the governor. I may report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damned anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on foot. The streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as an escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast orders to them to wait for you, and I'll inform headquarters. They better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we will follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know the same hand that salutes now might falter in darkness. Rankin epaulets won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, lady, but I can't get my head around these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight till my last drop. Is the path ahead dangerous? All of our roadblocks are gone. The whole place is in the rebels' hands. The city is almost lost, so no help will come. They're surrounded by rebels, and watch your steps, sir. The streets are chock full of mines. And yeah, again, there's the blue thing. Because I was late to arrive. Logic test succeeded. His remark about mines lodges itself in your memory. More than anything, you will need to watch the ground and not your surroundings. You'd rather risk a shot from a rebel or a jittery soldier than experience a few handfuls of lethal frag shrapnel resting on top of some 300 grams of explosive fight line. And what tech priest? Very important person from the Adeptus Mechanicus arrived on the last shuttle before they locked down the sky. He kept on asking whether anyone by the name of Amarant or Amarnat or something like that had recently arrived. Barely answered any of our questions, though, said he was under no obligation to tell us anything. He demanded to talk with the governor personally, so I had to send a quarter of my troops with him to keep trouble at bay. You're a good soldier. I live to serve. Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands. Rumors. On your travels, you'll hear many rumors. Some of them are deserving of the rogue trader's attention. Some of them that are deserving of the rogue trader's attention are logged in a separate section of the journal. Sometimes rumors are just that. Other times, there's truth to them. And in some cases, there may be even more. To verify a rumor, travel to the place indicated in the rumor's description. So, the unidentified void ship thing, that's probably the void ship that I saw on the star map. Okay. So, with that, it is starting to get kind of late. So, I'm going to go ahead and call it here. That'll be all for today's stream. Tomorrow, I will be going back to Final Fantasy XIV. Because tomorrow, the Chaotic 24-man is going to be released. So I'll be doing that. I'll also be doing some weekly stuff. But mostly it's going to be, sitting in Party Finder, trying to do the Chaotic 24-man as best I can. I might do it earlier in the day as well, just to try and get a jump on things. I don't know. We'll see. And then Wednesday, I'm not going to stream because I don't stream on Wednesdays. That's also Christmas, so I wouldn't expect anybody to be wanting to watch a stream on Christmas anyway. I'd expect people to be busy. Thursday, I'll be coming back to Warhammer 40k. And during that, there'll also be some Ultimate Prog being streamed, which will be late at night. But hopefully we get a little bit of good prog in this week, because I know we're not going to be doing anything on Wednesday because, again, Christmas, and the following week one of my raid members is going to be off on vacation and we won't be able to raid. So hopefully we get as much prog in as possible before that happens. We'll see. But either way, that's all for today. I'm gonna hop out. You guys have a good night. Everybody who followed, everybody who subbed, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hope to see you guys next time I stream this, or even tomorrow if you feel like watching me go through Final Fantasy XIV. Either way, later.